Okay, aloha kakahiaka kako, and welcome everyone to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, the meeting of the Board of Trustees. Let the record reflect that today is Thursday, June 25th, 2026, and the time now is 9:07 a.m. Board Secretary, please confirm attendance with a roll call vote.
Trustee Ahuna.
Eo.
Trustee Akaka.
Eo.
Trustee Akina.
Aloha mai kākou.
Trustee Alapa.
Present.
Trustee Galuteria.
Eo.
Trustee Lindsay.
Present.
Trustee Souza. Mahalo. Trustee Wahe is on his way, and Chair Kahele.
Present.
We have 8 trustees present. You have quorum.
Aloha kakaiaka kako, mahalo nui Chair, Vice Chair, and Trustees no ki'a halavai. This morning we have with us from administration in support of this meeting, our interim administrator and CEO, Summer Silva, our interim CFO and investment director, Ryan Lee. We also have from procurement, Chris Stanley. We have some members from our grants team, Chantel Belay, Lawa'e Clayton. We have Royce Campbell from operations, Bill Brennan from communications. We have Kevin Chalk from IT, along with Kyle Saucier. Mahalo.
Okay, Sean. Chairs and trustees, our first agenda item is the approval of minutes. Lehua, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this agenda item?
No one is signed up to speak on this item.
Trustees, do we have any corrections to the approval of minutes for the February 12th, February 19th, and February 25th, 2026 minutes?
So moved.
Okay, if not, Chair makes a motion to approve the minutes. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay.
Aye.
Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Wahe is on here. Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 8 yes votes.
Okay, mahalo lehua. All right, trustees, our next agenda item is one that is very special, and we're very proud to do as the Board of Trustees, and that is the recognition of this year's 2026 OHA Ōpiʻo participants. Lehua, do I have anyone signed up to speak on this item?
Yes, we have 2 people. Our first speaker is Ohana Unity Party.
Okay.
Good morning, aloha kakaiaka. Good morning, chairs and every participants in the room. I just want to make a short message, say thank you all for great work. You will be the future leaders. You speak all better olalo vai than me. Oraga nihongo sabeda kara. So keep on the great work. Believe in yourselves. Imo enel poki, and you guys are the future. Chihu, yeah, you. Aloha.
Thank you, Pikachu. Lehua, do we have anyone else signed up to speak?
Yes. Our second speaker is Lu Ann. There she is.
Good morning, Luann.
Aloha from Ko'olehua, Molokai. As a guardian and grandparent of one of the delegates this year, I just want to say thank you to everybody. Mahalo.
Lehua, anyone else signed up to speak?
No one else has signed up to speak.
Okay, great. All right, trustees, so at this time, we have the opportunity to recognize and introduce the delegates of the AHA Ōpiʻo OHA 2026. This is OHA's Youth Leadership and Civic Engagement Conference, and after almost over 20 years, AHA Ōpiʻo has returned to Hawaii and to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs as a proud sponsor of this incredible opportunity for youth leadership and civic engagement. The AHA Ōpiʻo OHA is a week-long residential leadership experience for Native Hawaiian high school students who are interested in culture, leadership, governance, advocacy, and civic engagement. The program this week provides and has provided our Ōpiʻo with a hands-on opportunity to learn how laws are created, how public policy is shaped, and how civic participation can be grounded in Ike Hawaii, Kuleana, and Aloha Aina. This year, there were 60 applicants to the program. Of those applicants, 42 were accepted, and at the end of the day, 38 Ōpiʻo from across Hawaii and the continent gathered here on the island of Oahu as delegates for AHA Ōpiʻo OHA 2026. These delegates represent communities across Hawaii and beyond. We have 4 delegates from Hilo, 4 from Kona, 1 from Kauai, 2 from Maui, 1 from Molokai, and 22 from Oahu. We also welcome Native Hawaiian Ōpiʻo who now reside on the continent, including 1 delegate from Oregon, 2 from Texas, and 1 from Washington. Their presence here reminds us that our kuleana as an organization extends not only across our pai'aina, but also to the many Native Hawaiian families and haumana living beyond Hawaii who remain connected to their lahui, culture, and ancestral homeland. AHA Ōpiʻo has a deep legacy within the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. First launched in 1988, the program was created by OHA educators, kupuna, community leaders, trustees, and dedicated volunteers who understood the importance of preparing young Native Hawaiians to engage in governance, public service, and community leadership. From its earliest years, AHA Ōpiʻo blended parliamentary training, cultural learning, leadership development, and civic responsibility in a way that was uniquely grounded in Hawaiian values. Many alumni of the program, myself included, have gone on to serve their communities as educators, advocates, cultural practitioners, public servants, and leaders across many fields. Today, OHA is proud to continue that legacy for a new generation of Ōpiʻo. The theme for AHA Ōpiʻo OHA 2026 is E Ho'unu Ikeala, Building Indigenous Futures. Ho'unu refers to the work of placing stones together, using what surrounds you, and it is included in this year's logo. For this year's delegates, that manao speaks to the work of building pathways, legislative pathways, cultural pathways, and generational pathways that will help shape the future of Native Hawaiians. Throughout this week, the delegates are participating in a full schedule of cultural, civic, and leadership experiences. They began their program with protocol, Pilina building, and Aina-based learning at Kako'o Oiwi in Heia. They have visited and are continuing to visit special wahipana and significant historic sites, including Iolani Palace and Aliʻiolani Hale. They are spending a lot of their time at the Hawaii State Capitol, where they are engaging in mock legislative proceedings in the House chamber, and the Board of Trustees would like to send a special mahalo nui loa to Speaker of the House Nadine Nakamura from Kauai for helping to provide the House chamber to AHA Ōpiʻo 2026. As part of the program, delegates are learning about legislative research, bill drafting, public speaking, parliamentary procedure, committee hearings, floor debate, and the process by which ideas can become law. They are drafting bills, presenting testimony, participating in mock committee hearings, and practicing the responsibilities that come with leadership in a legislative setting. They're also taking on elected leadership roles within AHA Ōpiʻo. Delegates have elected a speaker and vice speaker, as well as committee chairs and vice chairs. Through these roles, they will practice collaboration, decision-making, accountability, and the respectful exchange of mana'o. Importantly, AHA Ōpiʻo is not simply a mock legislature. It is a culturally grounded leadership experience. It invites our young people to see civic engagement as an expression of kuleana, a way to serve lahui, protect aina, honor kupuna, and contribute to the future well-being of Native Hawaiians. This week, our Ōpiʻo are exploring issues that matter deeply to our communities, including aina stewardship, justice, sustainability, military land leases, cultural preservation, recycling, and the protection of wahipana. They are learning from community leaders, current trustees, cultural practitioners, advocates, legislators, and from one another. For many of these students, this may be the first time seeing themselves in spaces of governance. It may be their first time sitting in a legislative chamber, drafting a bill, offering formal testimony, debating a policy issue, or even visiting the Office of Hawaiian Affairs today. Experiences like these matter. They help our young people understand that their voices belong in these spaces and that they have a role to play in shaping the decisions that affect our people. Today, as they join us here at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, we have the opportunity to welcome them into another important space of governance, the home of an institution created to better the conditions of Native Hawaiians. Their presence at this Board of Trustees meeting today is meaningful. It gives them an opportunity to see OHA's work in action, to meet trustees and staff, and to understand how public service, policy, advocacy, and fiduciary responsibility intersect in service to the Lahui. To the trustees and staff who have supported this program, mahalo nui loa. Programs like AHO Ōpiʻo require tremendous planning, coordination, mentorship, and care. From travel and lodging to meals, workshops, protocol, transportation, safety, and curriculum, this effort reflects OHA's continued investment in the next generation of Native Hawaiian leaders. And to our AHO Ōpiʻo delegates, we are honored to have you with us today. You were chosen for this moment, and we look forward to seeing you thrive in the different spaces that you will move into. And we look forward to you carrying forward the lessons of this week into your schools, families, communities, and future paths. So at this time, I would like to ask the delegates of AHO Ōpiʻo OHA 2026 to please stand and be recognized, and for all of us to stand and recognize AHO Ōpiʻo 2026. Before recognizing two very important coordinators for this program, Ku'ule Anuhea Avo-chan, the S&I Director of Education and Culture-Based Learning, as well as Maki'ile Ishihara, I'd like to give the opportunity for any trustees that would like to say a few words to our delegates, and we'll start with Trustee Akaka.
Mahalo. Aloha Pumehana, I'm so happy to see our Ōpiʻo's faces here in our boardroom here at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and I also wanted to take this time to share some of my part in the AHO Ōpiʻo and upon my learning of the AHO Ōpiʻo. My father, having gone to school with Auntie Rona Rodenhurst, who has worked here at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and who carried AHO Ōpiʻo through the many years, I had learned of her passing, and I had joined my father in attending her services in the Ewa Beach area. And in hearing her eulogy and some of her work at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, by that time I was already a trustee, the OHA Oahu trustee at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, so I was delighted to hear of the many contributions that she brought to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and of AHO Ōpiʻo. And then I got to learn and meet alumni of AHO Ōpiʻo. And in learning about AHO Ōpiʻo and the passion of those alumni that really were incredibly interested and invested in bringing AHO Ōpiʻo back to have this opportunity for Haumana, it is now here in 2026 that it is happening. And I want to take this time to mahalo Auntie Rona Rodenhurst, as I believe she is here with us in spirit. And I also want to mahalo trustees of yesteryear that have supported and sustained the AHO Ōpiʻo through the many years. That's Trustee Rowena Akana, as well as Trustee Moses, also known as Uncle Moke, Keale Sr., as they supported AHO Ōpiʻo and were strong advocates of AHO Ōpiʻo through the many years at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I also want to take this time to acknowledge the non-OHA AHO Ōpiʻo staff that are mentoring all of our Ōpiʻo here today and through the days. These are very early mornings and they go into the later part of the evening, and there is so much that is being learned. And after hearing some of the bills and seeing you folks in action, I am truly inspired, and I look forward to, in time, perhaps it can be part of our legislative package here at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, hearing more of your bills as they transform in what they need to be. And I look forward to hearing that it is my hope and dream that I see your faces, I see your names when it comes to oral testimony, when it comes to written testimony at the state legislature, at the county council, and federally as well, and that you can stand behind and aside the Office of Hawaiian Affairs when it comes to our Native Hawaiian rights, when it comes to our crown and government lands of our Hawaiian kingdom, when it comes to Aina, when it comes to Vai. And with that, the non-OHA AHO Ōpiʻo staff I want to acknowledge. We have Mieko Treaster, Tiffany Ing, Aloha Dayton, Kamele Onalani Kapaona, Auntie Sabra Kauka, Nani Olu Medeiros, Punahele Kialana Hele, Kawila Sheldon, Naka Nathaniel, Trevor Atkins, Ku'ule Reyes, and Tai Sama Sama Ka'imi Na'awau, Ete Uati. Mahalo Anui.
Trustee Aquino.
Aloha kakahiaka kako. Aloha. When I first met you in the rotunda of the House of Representatives in the state capitol, I saw you seated where our state representatives sit. I realized then that you will not only rise up to become leaders amongst the Hawaiian people, you will be the leaders of all people here in our state, in our nation, and across the world. I congratulate you on having come this far, and I just leave with you something that you know on your heart, but I hope you will return to when the question comes up, how high should I strive as to be a leader? Remember, kulia ikanu'u, strive to reach the summit. Your families, the Hawaiian people, and all people will look to you and rely upon you to be the finest Alakaʻi ever. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any other trustees? Okay, then at this time, Chair would like to recognize Ku'ule Anuhea and Maki'ile to provide a few remarks for our Ōpiʻo 2026, and maybe, as I understand it, invite one of the Ōpiʻo, two Ōpiʻo, to the board table.
Aloha Chair, aloha Trustees. Mahalo for making time for our Ōpiʻo delegates to come today. So much of what I wrote down in a prepared speech was already shared, and that's okay. I think it's probably most important for you guys to know just how our Ōpiʻo have been feeling as they go through the week's activities, because I can run down a list of all the stuff that they did, but that's not really like the heart of what's happening when we're here together for the week. So first of all, so many people came together in support of having Ōpiʻo come alive again in this mo'oku auhau of OHA's investment in civic engagement and advocacy. And so we want to mahalo all the many, many hands that have pulled together to allow for our delegates to have this experience this week. We're very, very thankful. The students have been learning a lot. Many, many leaders, experts, practitioners have made time to sit with them, to share ike, to ask them questions, and just try their best to uplift, support, and encourage them as young people to stand in spaces that we belong, in spaces that are ours to be in, and that representation matters. So I think the big message from all of the folks who have come to share our Ōpiʻo is that they deserve and they are entitled to a place at every table where decisions are being made about our aina, about our people, and about our lahui. And so I think that the details of that are gonna be different for every haumana. They've built pilina with all different kinds of folks that have come into their sphere this week. And yeah, I think if I'm to summarize what I'm observing, that would be some of the takeaways of what we have learned as folks have come to us. But I think the adults are also learning a lot from the delegates. And sometimes we can think about youth as being responsible for a future time that is not yet occurred. But when we think about our concept of time from a Kanaka Iwi perspective, we know that actually past, present, and future sit all together as one. And so our delegates are really leaders already. They're fully formed Alakaʻi with a keen awareness of what is needed for their ohanas, their communities, their schools, and their future that they're moving towards. And they have ideas about how to fix it, how to change it, how to make it better, and how to do that rooted in our mo'oku auhau as leaders, as kanaka oiwi. So as much as they're learning from all the folks that are coming to share, we are all learning from them as well. And I think that in the 2 days that we have remaining with them, we are going to see all the pieces that have woven together actualize into some very powerful moments that can stay with them as they go forward, go home into their communities, and take leadership for all the things that they're going to do to make our aina and our people better. With that, I want to introduce the speaker and the vice speaker that have been chosen by the delegates to share from their perspective about their experiences. So, mahalo.
Aloha e nā lā hui Hawaiʻi. O wau o Ryland ka wai ko olihili o kaliko lehua prize ko ui noa piha no oahu mai au na hoʻau ma wai anai. Hele au I ke kula ki eke o ka mehameha ma ka pālama a iāʻu I ka papa umikuma ma kahi. I am the Speaker of the House, but I am also the great-granddaughter of Roden, or of Gladys Rodenhurst. And she served under Trustee Akana as well as Trustee Keale. And her passions were definitely deeply rooted within politics. And I am also the grandniece of Rona Rodenhurst, who is the founder of OHA Ōpiʻo OHA, and which was founded in 1988. I'd like to give thanks to my Auntie Kamele Onalani Kapo'ona, which is my mother's older sister. She is very much a light I look towards and kind of my inspiration. And yeah, I'd like to mahalo my delegation for all the hard work that they have put into. So far, we have so many haumana from all over the Pai'aina, ranging from our islands, but also reaching out to the continent. And it is admirable to see their drive and commitment to coming into this program. And yeah, I just mahalo them and mahalo you guys for welcoming us here.
Aloha mai kakahiaka. My name is Vahana La'ave Ave Onokona Hasi Townsend. I am a rising senior at Iolani School, and I live in Kalihi. And I am the Vice Speaker of the House, elected by my fellow delegates. And I wanted to just thank all of you for making this program possible and making it possible for us to have this opportunity to attend such an incredible program. I, along with all of my delegates, can agree that this is the most that we have learned over the course of a week. It's a very intensive program, but we are all incredibly grateful to be a part of this because it's frankly been life-changing, in my opinion, for the both of us and for my fellow delegates. And so we'd really just like to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Closing comments, Anu?
So we got today and tomorrow left with our Ōpiʻo delegates. I know that you have all received our schedule, and if not, I can share it again. But we are so excited to see each and every one of you for whatever time that you guys can be with us in the remaining 2 days, including our closing, the certificate ceremony, our celebration afterwards. So just, mahalo, mahalo, mahalo.
Awesome. Well, on behalf of all of us and this Board of Trustees, we would just want to say thank you so much for all your hard work and the team's hard work, all the hard work of all the volunteers and to the 38 delegates. Congratulations for taking this step forward, this next journey in your life. And the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and each of these trustees are so proud of you. And we know you're going to be incredible Native Hawaiian leaders and future leaders of Hawaii. So congratulations again, everyone. Mahalo. Trustees, we're going to take a short recess so we can take a picture with the delegates. And Keishan is going to help us organize that very quickly, either out in a foyer or outside if that's what we have to do. So we'll reconvene in a few minutes. Let's go get a photo with our delegates. Mahalo. to order. Our next agenda item is another incredible opportunity we have to honor two very special individuals here at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. And this would be the honoring of our first quarter Alakaʻi Awards. Lehua, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this agenda item?
We have one person online with their hand up, Dr. Kalania Kea.
Okay.
Dr. Kalania Kea, you can speak.
Aloha, Dr. Kalania Kea. We have you and we can hear you and you're recognized.
I just wanted to, I submitted testimony for the OHA Appeal, and I just wanted to congratulate you guys again. Great job for making the opportunity. It's an awesome experience for the keiki, and I just want to have one recommendation. You know, I mai ka ike kalo I ka oha. Our children are reflections of us parents. And unfortunately, my daughter has a lot of burden and kuleana from the actions she experienced on Mauna Kea from 2014, 2018, 2019, sleeping up there, and currently in 2026. So a lot of the work that I've done uniting Kuhil's organizations, they requested that we advocate for $7 billion in 2027. And that was cited by Kali Watson, Kara Watson in 2026. And I'm not sure who the adult was, but they said that's not realistic. And so as an educator, I've been an educator for a long time. And then when Ōpiʻos are coming up and they have big dreams and aspirations, if at all possible, we shouldn't diminish those dreams and aspirations as young Hawaiians, but we should encourage them and support them in their dreams and aspirations. And that's all I wanted to share. So mahalo, thank you guys for putting on the OHA Ōpiʻo. It was an awesome experience for her, and just one area of improvement if possible. Support the keiki in all of their dreams and aspirations to help out the Native Hawaiians and end the wait list. Mahalo, have a great day. Aloha.
Mahalo, Dr. Kalania Kea Wilson. Trustees, I'd also like to note that his daughter, Panana Wilson, is a haumana at Navahio Kalania Pu'u and is in Umikuma Kahi grade. Panana, where are you at? There she is.
Can I, if I can note as well, Panana had introduced myself on Monday, and she had shared that she and her ohana, her father, had attended at Kealakekei High School last year's OHA Hawaii Island meetings at Kealakekei High School, nice. Where we were getting a better understanding of some of the needs and concerns of our community on Moko Keawe. So mahalo,
awesome.
Panana.
Right on. Thank you. Yeah, we will.
And I think what they're referring to is Kale Watson talking about getting rid of the wait list, and he used back then a number, well, I think it was $6 billion. So I think that's what they're talking about. So thank you so
awesome.
much.
Okay, right on. Let's get back to our Alakaʻi Award program. I'm going to recognize our Chair Emerita Lindsay as well as Trustee Akina, who will preview our first quarter 2026 Alakaʻi winners. This is from our January, February, March timeframe. And just for context, the Board of Trustees Alakaʻi Award program describes someone who leads, guides, and directs, and who recognizes individuals who are committed to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs mission and who embody OHA's values daily through how they act, how they lead, and how they make decisions. So start with Chair Emerita. or Trustee Aquino? Trustee Aquino, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Today is certainly a fitting day for recognizing leadership. And that's something the Hawaiian people are known for now. It's my privilege to honor and to recognize an outstanding employee of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs who's a team player in the grants department. She's someone who leads with humanity, grace, and genuine servant leadership. Visitors and colleagues to the Hilo office have had the privilege of seeing how she supports others in quiet but meaningful ways. She's deeply trusted by those around her because she shows up with consistency, kindness, and a sincere desire to help. This employee inspires others through her cultural knowledge, lived experience, and the way she uplifts people simply by being present. She creates a supportive environment where people feel respected, valued, and empowered. Her approach reminds us that leadership is not always about being the loudest voice in the room. Sometimes it's about making space for others, building pilina, and helping people feel like they belong. This employee truly lives our values. She embodies kako by fostering collaboration, uplifting diverse voices, and always keeping the well-being of the whole community in mind. She demonstrates aloha through her respectful engagement, compassion for others, and commitment to giving back in the communities she serves. She leads with pono by acting with integrity, advocating for fairness, and balancing cultural values with thoughtful and responsible decision-making. She reflects kulia through her dedication to continuous improvement, innovation, and the high standards she sets for herself and for her work. And she honors ho'omau by persevering through challenges and contributing to work that strengthens the foundation for future generations. On a personal note from her nominator, she helped make his transition into the Hilo office much easier. When he was new and still learning the day-to-day operations, she took the time to share essential information and answer questions and help him feel more confident in his role. But beyond that, and he writes, she made a conscious effort to build a connection. She invited us to sit together during lunch, helping create a sense of ohana, belonging, and community from the very beginning. Those actions may seem simple, but they made a lasting impact. They reflect the kind of person this lady is, welcoming, thoughtful, dependable, and grounded in aloha. For all these reasons, I'm pleased to honor, highlight, and celebrate with you our very own grants officer in the grants division, Ahia Dai.
Okay, the chair would like to now recognize our chair emerita, Trustee Lindsay from Maui.
Mahalo nui. Aloha kākou. Today I am honored to recognize an outstanding supervisor. She is the kind of leader who inspires not through ego or attention, but through quiet strength, deep care, and consistent example. She leads with aloha in everything she does. She is thoughtful, prepared, compassionate, and always willing to put others first. Even while carrying significant kuleana on behalf of the organization, She continues to show up for her team with grace, steadiness, and intention. As a leader, this supervisor is both effective and inspiring because she makes people feel supported. She offers thoughtful and helpful feedback, is always open to talking through strategy, and creates space for conversations during difficult work and life situations. Time and again, people walk away from conversations with her feeling better, cleaner, clearer, and more grounded. This wahine leads by quiet example. She is often the first to volunteer help, even when the task fails outside her direct kuleana, falls. She has a special ability to engage with others and address difficult situations head on with empathy, grace, and firmness. She is truly a wahine koa, strong, compassionate, courageous, and deeply committed to doing what is right. She inspires others to live our values every day. She embodies kako by making sure team members feel included, supported, and never alone in the work. She reminds us that collective responsibility means stepping forward to help one another and carrying the work together. She demonstrates aloha through her respect, compassion, and care for others. Even in tense or challenging situations, she treats people with dignity and empathy while remaining firm in her values and in OHA's mission. She leads with pono by standing up for what is right, supporting her staff through worthy but difficult causes, and staying grounded in justice, integrity, and balance. Uplifting our lahui is clearly one of her guiding forces. She reflects kulia through the excellence she brings to everything she touches. Whether it is in a presentation, meeting, memo, strategy discussion, or major project, she always is prepared, intentional, and focused. Her work products consistently add value and reflect a high standard of excellence. She honors ho'omau through her perseverance, strength, and commitment to legacy building. She has led her department with precision, grace, and steadfastness, rising to every challenge while helping build a stronger foundation for the future. What makes her especially remarkable is that she does so much without seeking recognition. She is humble, brilliant, hardworking, and deeply committed to the people and mission of OHA. She takes on a tremendous amount of kuleana for the organization, often quietly and without expecting praise. She is one of OHA's shining stars. Her team is proud and fortunate to have her leadership, her heart, and her example guiding her team and supporting the broader organization. Today, we are honored to recognize her as our outstanding supervisor for the first quarter of the year 2026. May I present Elena Farden for leading.
Congratulations, Elena Nahia. It's an honor for us to welcome you to the board as our first quarter 2026 Alakaʻi supervisor, outstanding supervisor of the quarter and outstanding employee of the quarter. I give you a chance to say a few remarks if you'd like to.
Aloha mai kākou. Thank you so much. I am so honored to receive this award. I have to acknowledge our staff. We recently were in the waters of Waiawa discussing leadership and influence. And everybody, if I haven't told you today, thank you. What you do every day and what I see directly or indirectly from our community absolutely inspires me. We have a hard job. Our work is difficult because our Lāhui is facing challenges, and this Alakaʻi Award is for each of us as we are influencing our spaces and our workplaces. Thank you so much, gang. Aloha.
Mahalo to the board and to my team and all of OHA. This is very unexpected. I kept thinking, oh, this person, I really love this person. I would like to get to know this person more and work and learn with them. But I also want to acknowledge the team. The team makes it very easy to do the work, but the Lāhui is the driving behind it. And having the Ōpiʻo here this morning, one of the things that I learned from my previous mentor was, but before you know how to serve, you have to, or before you know how to lead, you have to know how to serve. And I think about that. In the airplane, you put on your mask before you assist others, but it depends on the situation. And then in hula, your kumu always eats last after all the haumana, and depends on the situation. So I try to navigate between the two. So mahalo to the board and for SNI and everyone else. I appreciate it. Mahalo.
Trustees, we'll take a quick recess so we can go out and take a picture with Elena Nahia and also our Ōpiʻo delegates. It's a good time for them to move on with the rest of their day and go back to the Capitol. So we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Let's go outside and take a picture with Ahia and Elena. 1, 2, 3, 4. I know, but we need the. Oh, gee. Okay, Chair would like to now reconvene the meeting of the Board of Trustees. Okay, trustees, we are on item number, we just finished B, we're on item number C. We do have legal counsel here, outside legal counsel, and they have time constraints. So what I would like to do with unanimous consent is to take our agenda out of order and move to item number 4, which would have been our executive session. We have 2 items on that. And the first item is item A, and the legal counsel for that item is here now and has time limitations and has to leave. So, with unanimous consent, I'd like to take the agenda out of order. Does anyone have any opposition to taking the agenda out of order? Yes, for the second item, because the first item is different, is a different item. But absolutely, 100%, yeah. Is that okay? So any objections to taking the agenda out of order? Okay, hearing none. The chair would like to now move the Board of Trustees into executive session. This would be item number 4 on the agenda. There are 2 items, items A and B. Lehua, do we have any public testimony on the agendized executive session?
Yes, we have one person. We have Jermaine Myers.
Okay. Yes, both A and B. Okay, welcome, Jermaine. You are recognized 5 minutes.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Honorable Trustees.
Aloha.
My name is Jermaine Myers. I am an OHA beneficiary and a Nanakuli Hawaiian homestead lessee. I wish to testify in compliance with Sunshine Law to share my data, views, and arguments on the 4B executive session agenda item, in which the description states that discussions will include possible remedial actions as a result of the findings and conclusions of an independent investigative report concerning OHA Administrator Stacy K. Ferreira. No decision-making will occur. As I consider the agenda description, I ask myself whether OHA Administrator Ferreira has been provided the original complaint, the completed investigative report, and a meaningful opportunity to review the findings before this board discusses possible remedial actions. Based on the public records available to beneficiaries, I simply do not know. That uncertainty concerns me, because what I do know is that the report was discussed at an open public meeting during the BOT meeting at 11:30 a.m. on May 28, 2026. And on May 28, I submitted a UIPA request for these public records and everything related to it, according to Chapter 92F Hawaii Revised Statutes, which allows for the public to receive open records and, most importantly, records discussed at an open public meeting. OHA had 10 business days to disclose public government records in their entirety. June 12. No records were provided to me. According to the law, when an agency's response time is affected by extenuating circumstances, the agency must first provide written acknowledgement within 10 business days. June 12. I received notice on June 12 of extenuating circumstances. Thereafter, the agency must provide a notice within 20 business days after receiving the request, July 6, and then disclose public parts of the record within 5 business days of providing notice, July 13th. Sound governance includes public and OHA employee confidence that fair procedures are being followed before significant employment decisions are considered. Significant employment decisions such as hiring, firing, or other remedial actions. I also asked myself another question. When the chairperson of a governing board is the individual whose complaint initiated an investigation, according to public records, should that chairperson consider whether recusal is appropriate to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest? Whether or not recusal is legally required is not the point. Public trust depends not only on actual fairness, but also on the appearance of fairness. As beneficiaries, we entrust this board with significant fiduciary responsibilities over billions of dollars of land and cash assets. Those responsibilities include protecting OHA's financial resources, protecting the integrity of its governance, and protecting public confidence in its decision-making. I respectfully urge the board to ensure that any discussion of possible remedial action is based upon a process that is procedurally fair, balanced, and most importantly, legally defensible. I also encourage the board to remember the beneficiaries are watching not only what decisions are made, but how those decisions are made. Regardless of anyone's opinion concerning the allegations, all parties deserve a process, due process, that reflects fairness, professionalism, and respect for good governance. Kia kua pu. God bless all of you.
Lehua, do we have anyone else signed up to speak?
No one else has signed up to speak.
Okay, then the chair makes a motion to go into executive session pursuant to HRS section 92-5. Trustees, do we have any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina.
Aye.
Trustee Alapa. Yes. Trustee Lindsay. Yes. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Souza. Aye. Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 9 yes votes. We will be moving into executive
Okay, let's set the room for exec session. We'll reconvene in a few minutes.
$6.1 million Hawaiian Council contract or grant. And the reason being is that that procurement wasn't had under an emergency proclamation. If you recall, it was had under an emergency procurement method, and that was done under the state procurement code. This is a procurement method that can be used by the head of purchasing agency or purchasing agency, HOPA, in response to a situation of an unusual or compelling urgency that creates threat to life, public health, welfare, or safety by reason of major national disaster, epidemic, etc., a number of emergencies listed, and may be determined by the head of that purchasing agency at OHA, that is Chair Kahele. He approved this procurement following the BOT's approval of action item BOT 25-13, which also anticipated the use of this particular emergency procurement method for the contracting. So Senate Resolution 68 and Senate Concurrent Resolution 74 actually only requests an auditor review of no bid contracts that are the subject of emergency proclamation, which is a different authority. So as you will see, the entirety of OHA's response to the auditor report concerns COVID-19 no contract bids that occurred in 2020 and 2021 predominantly. Although at this point in time, the auditor only asked for the identification of the contracts, what we did work to provide was a qualitative, very brief assessment, and the current OHA POCs responsible for each of those contracts and who will be sort of like the subject matter authority should this auditor review become more qualitative, which we know it will become more qualitative because Senate Resolution 68 actually explicitly requires that. But at this time, by July 2nd, our obligation was to identify any contract that fell into the umbrella of what the Senate resolutions are looking for. So we have a total of 18. All of them concern COVID. All of them occurred predominantly between 2020 and 2021. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Summer.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Lehua, let's go back to the agenda. And we have someone signed up. Jermaine wants to speak on item C.
Yes, we had 2 people signed up for C. The first person, Jermaine Myers.
Okay, great.
C.
Yep, 3C. Hi, Jermaine, you're recognized. 3C.
Aloha, Honorable Trustees. My name is Jermaine Myers, an OHA beneficiary and an Nanakuli Hawaiian homestead lessee. I am testifying on Agenda Item 3C regarding the implementation of BOT 2606, the OHA Trustee Candidate Forum broadcast, the cancellation of the previously approved Hawaii 1st Congressional District primary debate, and the referenced Hawaii State Ethics Commission guidance. I appreciate that this matter has been placed on the agenda. However, I am concerned that the board packet contains, number 1, no information regarding the Ethics Commission guidance to OHA. Number 2, the circumstances that were provided to the Ethics Commission with its request for guidance. And number 3, how that guidance may affect implementation of the Board of Trustees 26-06. As beneficiaries, we are being asked to trust a process without being provided sufficient information to understand the issues involved. By this oral testimony, I hereby submit my UIPA request for OHA's submitted request to the Ethics Commission for guidance on this matter. I also request for a copy of the Ethics Commission response to OHA, and I look forward to receiving your responses. Trustees, be aware that I submitted a formal complaint to the Ethics Commission, And I would like to compare what OHA submitted to what was disclosed in public records concerning BOT 2606. During an election year, when 5 trustees are incumbent candidates for re-election, transparency becomes even more important. Beneficiaries deserve confidence that decisions involving candidate forums, debates, broadcasts, and election-related activities are being conducted in a manner that protects the integrity of OHA and avoids even the appearance of conflicts of interest. Especially if it will be broadcasted on KITV and KIKU, the media stations OHA is telling the public they want to purchase the stations as an investment and possibly flip in 5 to 6 years to make a profit. I'm not here to suggest that any trustee has violated the Hawaii state ethics laws on fair treatment. Nothing was in the packet. With fair treatment states, no legislature or employee shall use or attempt to use the legislators or employees' official position to secure or grant unwarranted privileges, exemptions, advantages, contracts, or treatment for oneself or others. Rather, I respectfully request that the board provide as much public information as legally permissible regarding 1, the nature of the ethics questions presented to the Hawaii State Ethics Commission, 2, the guidance that was received, 3, whether any recusals or participation limitations are recommended, 4, the reasons the previously approved congressional district debate will not proceed, and 5, how OHA intends to move forward with BOT 2606 while maintaining public confidence and fairness for all candidates, the trustee incumbents, and their opponents. Especially when the winner will be personally awarded a $90,000 plus annual salary, state benefits, 2 staff members, office resources, and other benefits. Chair Kahele gives the appearance to beneficiaries and the public that he is setting up the 5 incumbent trustees for public scrutiny, especially when he's not running for re-election this year. OHA candidates have always been afforded the opportunity to participate in free debates hosted by Civil Beat, PBS Insights, Olelo Hawaii, and other hosted community platforms, as they did 2 years ago, and I've seen some of you on. Kea kua pu, God bless all of you.
Lehua, do we have anyone else sign up to speak on item C?
Yes, on item C, we have one person online. We have Ilima Di Costa.
Okay, thank you. We can bring Ilima in. Aloha.
For the opportunity to testify in reference to this issue. I too am concerned about the movements that are being made, and I urge the Board of Trustees to please take this opportunity to reflect on our shared values and use our resources, including our technologies, in the most judicious way. I understand that even myself today, I had a little difficulty getting onto the Zoom because I didn't quite understand the mechanism. So I wanted to thank you all for working on ways to improve the interactive capability of your system. So mahalo to each of you. But I really do want to be able to stay on the line. If it's okay with you, I'll sit back because I have mana'o to share about items that haven't yet been discussed, or actually one that I just passed regarding kohakoloa. So maybe I'll wait to the end if you like.
Sure. Is she done? Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I can wait till the end if you want me to wait till it's appropriate, because what I want to share is not about this topic. So,
Yes.
mahalo.
Okay, those are our two testifiers. Anyone else, Lehua?
We have one more person that raised their hand when you said C, item C, and this is Pikachu Billionaire.
Is he on? Pikachu on?
Oops, wait, sorry. Yeah, he's on. I don't know where he went. Oh, wait, there he is.
Hello and good afternoon, guys. From the morning, so I do approve of the item agenda going on. Unfortunately, we couldn't have the debate because Ed couldn't be there, but like the Jermaine Myers says, shout out to the West Side. I will still debate you all for free. We can save some money on the budget. And I do approve the TV station of the buy, for the 172,500 to due diligence reports. I'll keep it short and sweet because I know it's a long day. Hope you guys get to eat lunch. So I approve the agenda items. And to save you guys time, Chair, Pele, and everybody else, I'll approve all the items too to save all your time. I already sent all the testimonies for all you guys. Hope you guys have a beautiful lunch. May the force be with you always. Aloha mai kako. Chihu. Yeah, you. Aloha.
Thank you, Pikachu. Okay, Lehua, anyone signed up for items D or item E? Public testimony?
Items B or E. No,
No?
there's no one signed
No.
up for B.
Okay, we're going to item F. This is Committee on Investment and Land Management. Chair will recognize Vice Chair Waihe'e, unless is
Keone
Chair Souza
on? Keone.
I'm here, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chair Souza, we are on item F right now. It's a Committee on Investment and Land Management for action item ILM 2607.
Can I defer to Trustee Waihe'e to read the action? Okay.
Okay, sure. So, Vice Chair Waihe'e, Chair Souza has asked you to read the action item.
Thank you, Trustee Souza. Mr. Chairman, as your Committee on Investment and Land Management has engaged in full and free discussion yesterday, June 24th, 2026, I'd like to move, based on those discussions, to approve the authorization and expenditure of up to $172,500 for due diligence activities associated with the potential acquisition by the Office of Hawaiian Affairs of KITV Inc. and Kiku LLC, including related assets, real property interests, broadcast licenses, and transaction matters from the Alien Media Group. Due diligence activity shall be completed in 2 phases. Phase 1 up to $45,000 and phase 2 up to $127,500 for a total amount not to exceed $172,500.
Okay, thanks, Vice Chair Waihe'e. Lehua, anyone signed up to speak on item F, number 1?
Yes, we have one person online, Ilima DiCosta.
Okay. Ilima, if you're on.
Yes, I am. Mahalo, Chair. This is one of the items that I wanted to comment on. I want to trust that the Board of Trustees is performing their due diligence, and I ask that in the performance of your due diligence, whether it be here with the selection of a media station or in any other land acquisitions or management, that AI, which is artificial intelligence, not be used as a primary driver to develop reports or any of the like, that AI be used as a tool, a technological tool, but not as a primary driver, and that the Board of Trustees please commit to a course of action that would not allow them to use AI as a main driver for any reporting for more than, for 25% or more of the reports. Because I think that when taxpayers pay for these types of activities, they do anticipate that human hands and and ears are going to be doing the work. And I think that's also in keeping with our cultural values. So that's my mana'o. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify. Again, I don't have an opinion regarding the acquisition, but I do ask that you please use AI judiciously and make some sort of policy related to the use of AI. Mahalo.
Thank you, Lima. Anyone else signed up, Lehua?
No one else has signed up.
Okay, we are at discussion at this time. I have some remarks that I wanted to read into the record before moving to a further discussion or roll call vote. You know, this action item in front of us has been reiterated multiple times is not about purchasing a television station. Today's vote, if this action item moves forward, is whether the Office of Hawaiian Affairs should conduct the level of professional, independent due diligence that any responsible fiduciary would expect before considering an opportunity of this magnitude. You know, as trustees, we have a duty to ask difficult questions. We have a duty to challenge assumptions, evaluate risks, and ensure that every decision we make advances our mission and protects the trust resources that are entrusted to us. That responsibility does not begin after due diligence. It begins by deciding whether an opportunity is worthy of being fully evaluated. The opportunity before us through this action item has generated significant public discussion. Some have asked why OHA would even consider acquiring KITV and KIKU. Others have questioned whether media ownership belongs within the mission of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Those are fair questions. They deserve thoughtful answers. I believe this conversation is much larger than television. At its core, it is about whether Native Hawaiians are willing to lead boldly in the spaces that shape public understanding and public discourse. You know, for generations, Native Hawaiians have too often been the subjects of stories rather than the authors of them. Our history, our culture, our achievements, and our aspirations have frequently been interpreted through the perspectives of others. And while many journalists strive for fairness, ownership still matters because ownership influences priorities, investment, and which voices are consistently elevated. This is not a new concept. More than 130 years ago, Native Hawaiian leaders understood the power of media. During one of the most consequential periods in our history, leaders such as Joseph and Emma Navahi used Hawaiian language newspapers like Ke Aloha Aina to educate the public, to defend Hawaiian governance, and advocate for the rights of our people, which now stands as one of the richest archives of Native Hawaiian thought and civic engagement. They understood something that remains true even today, that the struggle for our future has always been, in part, a struggle over information, ideas, and who has the ability to tell the story. Today, that conversation has shifted from newspapers to television, to digital platforms, streaming services, and social media. The medium has changed. The medium of delivery has changed, but the importance has not changed. While print media continues to decline, local television remains one of the most trusted and influential sources of news and information in Hawaii. Even more importantly, television content today extends far beyond traditional broadcasts. It reaches audiences through websites, streaming platforms, mobile devices, podcasts, and social media. Its reach is statewide and increasingly global. The world's wealthiest individuals and largest corporations understand this. It is why they continue to invest billions of dollars in media, because they understand that ideas shape public policy, influence civic engagement, and define how communities see themselves. The question before us is whether Native Hawaiians should have a place within that landscape. This opportunity is about far more than broadcasting. It is about creating opportunities for Native Hawaiians to become journalists, producers, editors, engineers, executives, digital content creators, and storytellers. It is about elevating conversations around education, housing, health, language, revitalization, cultural preservation, economic opportunity, and self-determination, not occasionally, but every single day. It is about ensuring that our children grow up seeing themselves represented not only on the screen, but also in the newsroom, the control room, the boardroom, and the executive office, the C-suite. Around the world, indigenous communities have demonstrated what is possible when they control platforms for storytelling. Like Trustee Galataria said yesterday, Maori television in Aotearoa has strengthened language revitalization, culture identity, civic engagement, and indigenous representation while serving broad audiences. It stands as an example of how media ownership can advance both cultural and public interests. For OHA, this conversation is fundamentally about mission alignment, education, economic development, culture, Olelo Hawaiʻi, civic engagement, community empowerment. These priorities do not exist in isolation. They are amplified when our stories reach homes across Hawaii every day. That said, vision must always be accompanied by discipline. No acquisition of this size should ever move forward without rigorous financial analysis, operational review, legal evaluation, engineering assessments, market analysis, and an independent valuation. That is precisely why we are here today. And I commend the ILM chair for bringing this back to the Board of Trustees. Approving due diligence is not approving a purchase. It is authorizing professionals in the industry to answer the very questions many trustees and many beneficiaries have appropriately asked. If the facts ultimately do not support moving forward, then we should have the courage to say no. But if we never allow ourselves to fully examine transformative opportunities because they are unfamiliar or ambitious, we risk limiting not only this institution, but the possibilities available to future generations. Leadership requires prudent stewardship, but it also requires vision. Throughout our history, Native Hawaiians have repeatedly demonstrated that we are capable of building institutions, not merely responding to them. As chairperson of the board, and with the support of the other standing committee chairs, we have challenged this board to think differently about what Native Hawaiian leadership can look like in the 21st century. Not simply reacting to circumstances, but helping shape Hawaii's future. As I've said before, this was never just about a television station. It's about whether Native Hawaiians are willing to lead boldly in the spaces that shape public understanding and public conversation. Greater investment in storytelling has the power to transform not only how the world sees us, but just as importantly, how we see ourselves. Today's vote is simply whether this board believes this opportunity deserves a thorough, professional vetting and evaluation. And as the chair, I believe it does. Trustees, any further discussion? And I see Trustee Akina's hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've already spoken about this issue at the ILM committee meeting on June 24th, 2026. So I would refer any of our beneficiaries or media to my comments made that day, which are posted on YouTube. But I would like to say that some issues are not a question of a vision or mission, and indeed there are many merits to what is being proposed, and I agree with Chair in many of the comments that he made about our future, our ingenuity, and our reach. But I'm simply raising questions of timing and priority, and I will refer anyone to my comments already made. Thank you.
Trustee Galataria.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, yesterday, and this is for the listening public, I stood with the motion, and I continue to do that today. But I wanted to outline a couple of reasons why OHA should take this up, at least in due diligence. Across the world, and I prepared some, in context, I prepared some comments that I want to reinforce. This is nothing new for indigenous institutions in Aotearoa, the Maoris. In Canada, APTM, the original Aboriginal Peoples Television Network, became the first national Indigenous-owned broadcaster dedicated to serving First Nations in that country. In Australia, NITV amplifies Aboriginal voices. TITV in Taiwan preserves the languages and traditions of the island's indigenous people. And in the far north, NRK Sampi broadcasts in Sami languages across Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. Together, these indigenous broadcasters form a global installation and constellation of storytellers. So the question, colleagues, is what would it mean for Native Hawaiians to own a major commercial broadcasting system like KIKU and KITV? It would mean narrative sovereignty on a scale that we have never held before. It would create pathways for Native Hawaiian journalists and producers, and it would align Hawaii with indigenous nations worldwide who recognize that media is not just industry, it is a form of self-determination and cultural continuity for future generations. And we saw the future generations here today. They sat with us. How many of those kids are going to be Hawaiian producers?
That's right.
I saw us in them today. Anyway, I'm going to vote in favor. Thank you, Chair.
Yep. Trustee Ahuna?
Thank you, Chair. You know, yesterday I was quite confused on some of the comments made, and today Trustee Akina talks about referring to his comments. Yesterday, we had a beneficiary talk about, you know, yeah, we got to walk before we run, and today somebody brought up AI. You know, we got to watch out what we say. Well, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because as I was listening, in your comments, you mentioned Makahana Kaike. And today, when I heard Ehia talk about the work of the waters of Waiava, the Hana, the work we did, your definition was just totally off. And for me, it was really sad to hear it. Makahana Kaike, which many of us know from our kupuna and our active work, means in doing, one learns. You know, these AIs, they can pick up all these things, they can say whatever it is, but sometimes we just saying anything on the table. And that bothered me yesterday, because this is the people we're trying to help. These are the people we're trying to help. In doing, one learns. We're talking about due diligence. This is a perfect example of your olelo no'eau, but yet, it's like spelling, it's like witchcraft. You just made up your own definition. And to me, that's not fair to our people, especially on olelo no'eau. That is who we are. That is the people we're fighting for. Look deep inside you. Who's speaking for that people? Who is speaking for that? Look deep inside. I just want to know that, because those olelo no'eaus is something that, you know, this is from our past generations. We're talking about AI. These things can change. How do they change? I'm going to ask the question. They change because people keep saying the wrong things. We need you to support our people. Thank you.
Trustee Vice Chair, actually Chair of ILM, Chair Souza.
No, Mr. Chair, it's quite loud over here, but I do want to say, I did hear that statement by Trustee Akina yesterday stating that we need to learn how to walk before we learn how to run. I'm going to tell you right now, OHA was established in 1978. I'm not here to learn how to walk. There's a new generation here at OHA who's willing to sprint. So everybody just got to learn how to keep up. At this point, we diversify our portfolio. When the time is right, our people will benefit. And that's all I'm here for. Mahalo nui. I will be supporting this measure. Mahalo.
Thank you. Trustees, any further discussion? Trustee Akaka.
Mahalo, and just some recap of what I had shared yesterday. After hearing concerns from those within our community, our beneficiaries, as well as some of those in the industry, as well as some of the veterans in the industry, and given that we are a state entity. And I would like to see, you know, in time that we have the same capabilities that our cousins in Aotearoa and other indigenous peoples have. And at the same time, I think about that they too are in their own struggles as well with their paremata, defunding their airings and so forth. And that makes me think about what some in the industry had shared with me in terms of us being a state agency, and if the FCC, how that would look like with the FCC. And then I think about what I had touched on yesterday when it comes to the legislature. We have been capped at $21.5 million annually when it comes to our Crown and government lands and what we receive. And if we were to receive closer to $50, $100 million, $150 million, I would feel more comfortable in further diversifying our portfolio. And as I had stated yesterday, my concerns of us as an entity as a whole being at risk by acquiring further kuleana such as this. And I also think about the $55 million that we received from the legislature in terms of our carry forward account. And I have to wonder whether our legislators would be further in support of this or not in support of this, and how that would reflect in how they will continue to fund or not fund us in the future. So those are some of the concerns that were shared with me and some of the observations that I have made over this time. Mahalo.
Thank you, Trustee Akaka. Roll call vote.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka. Trustee Akina.
A'ole.
Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 5 yes votes and 4 no votes.
Thank you. We're moving on to item G on the agenda. This is Committee on Budget and Finance. Chair Waihe'e.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, based on the full and free discussion that your Committee on Budget and Finance engaged in yesterday, I'd like to move to approve the FY26, FY27 Budget Realignment Number 2, BR2, as summarized in Attachment Number 1, revised June 23rd, 2026, and supported by the following. Attachment Number 2, FY 2027 Organizational Chart reflecting organizational updates approved through FY 2026 Budget Realignment Number 1 and subsequent personnel-related organizational changes approved by the Board of Trustees. No additional organizational changes are proposed under BR2. Attachment 3, FY 2027 personnel cost estimates and supporting schedules, including approximately $400,000 in total funding for merit-based performance salary adjustments, including associated fringe benefit obligations. Attachment number 4, FY 2027 Budget Realignment Number 2, change and supplemental request summary, including adjustments summarized in Attachment Number 1, Table 2.1, and supported by the detailed line item schedules in Attachment Number 5. And finally, Attachment Number 5, FY 2027, Budget Detail Schedules supporting the proposed budget allocations and line item adjustments.
All right, thank you, Trustee and Chair Waihe'e. Lehua, any public testimony on item G?
Yes, we have one person online. We have Claire Apana.
Okay. Claire, if you can hear us, welcome to OHA, and you are recognized.
Unmute. Okay. You can go ahead and speak, Claire.
Claire, can you hear us?
Oh, okay, she's on. Claire, you can speak or unmute.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Claire, we can hear you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
You
Thanks for
can hear me
joining
now?
us.
Okay, sorry, I had complete silence on this side. I would like to tell you that on Tuesday, the Maui Planning Commission voted to accept the, give the SMA permit to the Grand Wailea Resort to continue their renovation and expansion in our burial grounds called the
Excuse
Grand
me,
Mailea.
sorry, Claire. We are on an agenda item that's for our Budget and Finance Committee.
Yes.
Is your
I'm
testimony in
getting
regards to
that.
this?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
It is,
please,
sir.
please speak to the action item that is in front of the board right now.
The action item is this. I've been coming to this board since 2020. We have been in this case for 7 years. The last 2 years, the board has said that you are going to assist us. We have not received any assistance that has been produced anything that has been helpful to this case and to our iwi kupuna and resources at the ocean. I'm asking you to include us in the budget so that we can go on to do the appeal that is necessary and to put us in the budget as a line item. And I see that there are many other things that are being supported. I don't see anything for iwi kupuna. And it has been a really long, hard journey for us, 3 grassroots Kanaka Maoli groups to do this legal defense for 7 years without any help. And we would like to have you assist us by putting us in your budget and actually giving us some assistance where maybe the assistance will this time be of assistance. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Claire. Lehua, anyone else sign up to speak?
No one else has signed up to speak on this
Okay,
item.
trustees, any discussion on the action item?
Chair, I have one.
Yep, Chair Merida?
Is Summer here?
No, she had to leave.
Oh. I was questioning, overnight, I thought about our discussion yesterday and the $225,000 of overtime out of the CEO office. I don't see that any of the employees in the CEO office qualifies for overtime.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The CEO office has $225,000 in their budget for overtime. But none of the employees in that office qualifies to get paid for overtime.
I'm not the budget person. Keishan can come up, but if I had to guess, I would say because the administrator is the approving authority for overtime, the overtime pot sits in the CEO's budget, but it comes from all different payas that request overtime through their directors. That would be my guess.
Yes, but only certain employees, according to our bylaws.
Yeah, exempt versus
Yeah,
non-exempt.
yeah,
get
exempt.
overtime.
And she doesn't have anybody in that office.
Then it's not for them. It
So,
would be for operations, advocacy, S&I.
but those payas have their own budget number.
No.
Yeah, they do.
But the overtime line item, and I don't know if Chair Wahe can weigh in, is a lump sum amount that goes to all PAYA. It's just functionally, it is in the CO's budget, and in the past, it had never been because it was never explicitly called out as a line item. But this year, this team decided to explicitly identify overtime, and it was placed in the CO's budget, even though it is for all OHA employees that qualify for overtime. And I don't know, Grace is here, the budget chief, she could clarify, but that would be my guess. Did you hear Chair Merida's question?
I was watching it online just to tell, and so you were in executive session. I'm all caught up. Thank you. I just heard it, so I rushed over. Can you please repeat it?
Yes, I am aware that overtime is paid only
Grace
to.
from the budget or accounting.
Who's that?
Go ahead, Grace.
Oh. So I am aware that overtime is paid to only BSAs, communication people, and advocacy. So I know that there's none of them in the CEO's office, but we have $225,000 in the CEO's budget, and I wanted an explanation.
Trustee Lindsay, mahalo nui for the question. So actually, it speaks to the process that has to happen for OT to be approved. Every single PAIA that is running OT, which would also include operations in the PAIA that you listed as well, needs to generate a memo. That memo will get a previous approval from the CEO, and there are also approval thresholds that are going to have to be met and processes that have to take place by the PAIA director. And the reason it sits, I'm going to let Grace expand to why it sits exactly in the CEO's budget.
All approvals need to have the CEO. All overtime requires the CEO's approval.
That's right.
Again, to show that it's a one figure, we're asking, and the amount of $225,000. As the expenditure is spent, currently the current practice is accounting actually is booking into that program. Into, for example, you mentioned communication having overtime, that staff is identified. Each staff has could potentially have 3 line items, a salary and a fringe that's given, and possibly an overtime. So we are currently accounting is capturing that overtime in the sitting program. The budget is sitting there, however, typically at the realignment, up to now I've been realigning that the budget to go into the program, so you can see the board has approved that line item. So we look at the budget realignment number 1, you do see some line items of the overtime in the proper sitting the proper department or program. It will occur during realignment or when I come back and ask for those changes to make that movement. So I would say that I'm asking in total the $225,000, and it will get reallocated. But when I make that adjustment, it will it's under 50, and that when I make those adjustments, I'll come to approval to put it back into its specific program. I'm sorry, this is kind of.
Well, I just don't want to see a duplication of the same payout.
It will not. It will not. So that $225,000 is to say that's the upper limit, and in the course of the year, it will be distributed into the program, but the total amount will not exceed $225,000. Because of yesterday's question, actually, the interim administrator has asked us to prepare an analysis, a trend analysis, to go as far back as 5 years. So I'm working on that with the new HR director, starting when seeing, and then again, I'm working with the HR director and her team to see what a 1 year look like, and if that's reasonable, we're going to project out to 5 years. And that one, again, when we have the analysis report, we'll come back to the board and present that. So again, based on your input, realizing that that this is something that you are concerned about, we're working on that report.
Okay, thank you.
And I mean, just to clarify, overtime in the past, like you said yesterday, was used from surplus funds, which OHA consistently was able to cover. It was never specifically line itemed in the budget. Is that correct?
All right, so I have to look. So I did look at it. So between yesterday and today, when I got that email from Summer, 1, I talked to the HR director. 2, I went back to my budget, went back to 2021. So 5 years actually starts in fiscal 2022, and we're now in fiscal 26. What I found out is that at one point I budgeted $60,000. This was 6 years ago. I budgeted $60,000. But again, we're learning every year at OHA. I'm learning a little bit new, and also demands that hey HR, can we do this? Can we show this? Can we show this? That even though I budgeted the HR reports coming through, the accountants coming through is not hitting that bucket. It's not capturing on the back end. And it wasn't until 2 years ago when I told HR I need a report that shows the overtime. And then now that's being captured and flowing through the budget reports. So yes, it was budgeted 60,000 at one point because it was not hitting it. And I mentioned that to our prior CFO, it's not hitting, we don't use it. It was not budgeted over the course of a number of years. It was not until this year for fiscal 26, I said, we've got to show the actual numbers. We're capturing it. We've been capturing since September of a year ago. So we have now, that is on the accounting side. And so we can, so I feel more comfortable in showing what that actual figure is, that when I realigned in realignment number 1, I make sure the overtime figures are in. Likewise, I'm just carrying through for fiscal 27.
Yeah, I mean, overtime is a consistent expenditure here at OHA. And so the reason why I like how it's presented to the board now, and hopefully that's the trend moving forward, is that it's predictive. I think it's fiscally prudent, it's conservative, makes sense.
So as to that point, again, a few months ago, I already started looking at the overtime, and I had some preliminary, no formal report at that time. But like I said, now we're going to bring that in front of the board so we can present that information.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yeah. More discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna? Yes. Trustee Akaka? Trustee Akina? Aye. Trustee Alapa? Yes. Trustee Galuteria? Aye. Trustee Lindsay? Aye. Trustee Souza? Aye. Trustee Waihe'e? Yes. Chair Kahele?
Aye.
We have 9 yes votes.
Okay, thank you. Next item, last item on the new agenda is the update to the Board of Trustees on the Mauli Ola strategic plan regarding progress to date on the data dashboard, usability assessment, including activities and deliverables completed to date. The remaining deliverable and anticipated next steps. There's no board action is requested. So at this time, if she is here, and I do see her, we'd like to bring up our strategy and implementation senior director, Elena Farden. Sure. Thank you, Trustee Kino.
Aloha, Chair and Trustees. No action for the MIMO data dashboard. I'm happy to report that we are under budget and on schedule. In fact, as of June 17, 2026, just last week, we completed the last deliverable for this dashboard. Yeah, I'm happy to take any questions on this.
And before we do that, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this item?
Not on this item.
Okay. Got it. Okay, got it. Thank you so much. Okay. And just so we're not confused, trustees, this is the no action update on the data dashboard. And that is in your board packet. We have no public testimony. Do we have any questions at this time? Yeah. Do you plan to have the data dashboard in full implementation before the end of the year, before the legislative session convenes again?
This will be part 1 that's completed, so part 2 will begin and commence in FY27.
Okay.
I anticipate that deliverable will not be completed until 3rd or 4th quarter of FY27.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. No further questions? If you have, feel free to work with Elena and her team as they continue to build this out. Okay, we're moving to item number I, which is an action item. It's 2608. It's the approval of the Mauli Ola Ad Hoc Committee's recommendation to reorganize the MIMO strategic plan around AA as the overarching moku, theory of change and long-term destination for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs strategic plan. I'm going to recognize the chair of the Ad Hoc Committee, Trustee Ahuna, for this action item to speak to some of the merits of it.
Well, first of all, it was tough. I mean, I just want to say thank you to the committee. They put in a lot of hard work, and You know, now you have these three options. Option 3 is the one we're recommending. If you look, it's,
Got it.
you know, it speaks to what it says. I think the reason why I'm choosing option 3 is, EA is the overall arching, is how we do everything. It's like a arching, the moku. To me, this framework is something that we can achieve, and it streamlines everything. It speaks to a lot of what beneficiaries are talking to about, like who are we representing, like self-determination, what is it, you know? So I'm just gonna leave it up to our committee to speak to it. I believe Kalehanis is here too. Is he here today?
Do we have any testifiers for this action item?
Yes, we have one person signed up to speak. We have Jermaine Myers.
Okay, let's go to that first. Let's go to the public testimony, and then we can do trustee discussion or any, but let's do the public testimony this time, and it looks like we have Jermaine Myers to speak to this action item. Welcome, Jermaine. You have 5 minutes.
Aloha, Honorable Trustees. My name is Jermaine Myers. I am an OHA beneficiary and a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. I am testifying on agenda item 3I, action item BOT 26-08, regarding the proposal to reorganize the Mana'i Mauli Ola Mimo strategic plan around EA as the overarching moku, theory of change, and long-term destination for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. My concern today is not the value of EA itself. My concern is whether the process and supporting data justifies elevating EA as the overarching framework for OHA's strategic plan to 2035. According to the stakeholder engagement report, beneficiaries identified housing as their highest priority at 18%, followed by economic stability at 13.3%, and Native Hawaiian self-determination, self-governance, and EA at 10.8%. Yet the recommendation before the board is not to organize the strategic plan around housing or economic stability. Instead, the recommendation is to elevate EA as the overarching moku, theory of change, and long-term destination for OHA. I respectfully ask, how did the third ranked category become the recommended overarching framework for OHA's entire strategic plan? My second concern is the survey itself. The report states that 641 individuals participated in the survey. However, only 407 individuals responded to the question asking participants to rank OHA's priorities. For a decision of this magnitude, I believe that it is a very limited level of participation. The report itself states that the purpose of the stakeholder engagement process was to help ensure the strategic plan remains aligned with the needs and the vision of the community. According to the 2024 data, we have 729,000 Native Hawaiians living in the US. If this recommendation is intended to reflect the priorities of the Lahui, I respectfully question whether 407 responses provide sufficient beneficiary input to support reorganizing OHA's strategic framework through 2035. My third concern involves the survey category itself. The survey did not ask respondents to rank EA by itself. Instead, the category combined three concepts together: Native Hawaiian self-determination, self-governance, and EA. Because those concepts were grouped together, it is difficult to determine whether respondents were specifically prioritizing AI, self-governance, self-determination, or some combination of all three. Therefore, I do not believe the survey results alone demonstrate that beneficiaries intended for AI to become the organizing framework for the entire strategic plan. My fourth concern is the scope of this action item. According to the recommendation before the board, AI would become the framework through which strategic directions, strategic outcomes, budgets, implementation plans, performance measures, dashboards, and public reporting are organized and evaluated. That is a significant governance decision. While the proposal states that existing strategic directions remain unchanged, the lens through which OHA plans, budgets, measures performance, and reports outcomes would fundamentally change. Housing and economic development was not part of that. Such a decision deserves the broadest possible beneficiary consultation. Finally, I believe timing matters. This is an election year. Beneficiaries deserve confidence that major long-term decisions are grounded in broad consultation and reflect the collective voice of the Lahui. In closing, I respectfully recommend that the board defer action item BOT 2608 and direct additional beneficiary consultation before adopting a framework that will guide OHA's governance, budgeting, implementation, performance measurement, and reporting through 2035. Kia kuapu, God bless all of you.
Thank you. Anyone else signed up to testify?
No one else has signed up to speak.
Trustees, any discussion?
Not too far off from what the agendized item is, but is it possible, like maybe in the future, to get a report on how, like, our efforts have been in meeting the outcomes? Measurables. Of the strategic plan.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
That's a good point. Any other discussion?
I'd like to add, when OHA was created, I believe it was created from AI because of the occupation.
100%.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make that clear.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No? Yeah, I mean, I think Elena did a great job and her team, and ready to roll. Time to, I'm assuming, Elena, next steps would be to the team between now and throughout the upcoming year start to develop strategies to implement this and potential funding opportunities, and work with the chair of BNF on the next biennium budget that's coming up.
Mahalo, Mr. Chair. At this time, with the action item and the way that we had discussed and did deliberate and our research and conference with stakeholders and across PAIA, we don't have additional budget that would.
Right, not right now.
Right now.
Right. But we will.
Addition, yes.
Yeah, great, okay. Chair, anything else? Kale, sure, if you want to ask Kale a question?
Kale, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. Aloha, Chair. Aloha, trustees. My apologies for not being able to be there in person. But as Elena said and Chair Ahuna had mentioned, we did a lot of work to evaluate the stakeholder feedback and also internal feedback as well. I want to make sure that we understand that in this case, we are taking some of the proposed strategic outcomes from option 2 and reorganizing them within the current framework so that and the great thing about option 2 is that it accounted for work that was being done by OHA that was not captured within the current strategic plan. Things like papahana moko kea, things like empowering communities to be better stewards of iwi kupuna. I guess in this case, ea has so many different meanings.
And in this option 3, we're saying that it doesn't necessarily mean the creation of sovereignty. It is empowering Native Hawaiians to be sovereign over our own decisions, being self-sufficient, self-reliant. And so in a lot of ways, by defining Ea as that overarching entity, or using an analogy of that is our moku, that is where we are sailing to. And all the different boats are all of our different strategic directions, and the people who are manning the boats and the provisions, those are our different outcomes. So we need to know where we're going. And essentially, we want to be self-reliant. That includes getting our fair share of the 20% that is due for us to the public from the Public Land Trust. That includes getting people to be able to be better stewards of the aina, better stewards of our own economic self-determination, better stewards of our iwi kupuna. And so what we've done is we've kept the current framework and added in or revised or consolidated in some cases some of the different outcomes to better align with what we actually do. How Ea is defined, we have a proposed definition. However, we do leave that up for the trustees to really take a look at it and see, does that align with our values? Does that align with what we do? And does that align where we want to go to?
Well said. Roll call vote.
Yes.
Trustee Ahuna?
Yes.
Trustee Akaka? Aye. Trustee Akina? Oh, he left the meeting. Trustee Alakaʻi has left. Area left. Trustee Lindsay? Aye. Trustee Souza? Trustee Waihe'e?
Yes.
Chair Kahele?
Aye.
We have 5 yes votes.
All right. Thank you so much, Elena and your team, and mahalo to Chair Ahuna and Vice Chair Lapa of the Ad Hoc Committee. Thank you so much. All right, we have a new strategic plan. All right, we are on the almost second to the last item of our agenda, which is community concerns and celebrations. Yes, sir. 5. Oh, yeah, okay. Chair is going to defer item number 5 on the agenda and the subsequent items I and J associated with that. We're on to community concerns and celebrations. Lehua?
Yes, we have 2 people signed up. Our first speaker is Jermaine Myers.
Okay. Following this, we'll have announcements and adjourn. You're recognized.
Aloha, Honorable Trustees. My name is Jermaine Myers. I am an OHA beneficiary and a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. Today, I wish to raise a community concern regarding beneficiary engagement and communication. For several months, the board has discussed the possible acquisition of broadcast television assets that could reportedly cost beneficiaries more than $40 million of trust funds. Before OHA expands into an entirely new media enterprise, I respectfully ask that we first evaluate how effectively OHA is using the communication tools it already has. According to OHA's website, Mauli Ola is delivered free each month to approximately 64,000 subscribers. OHA also maintains a website, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, email communications, legislative alerts, surveys, and other outreach platforms. Yet many beneficiary engagement efforts appear to receive limited participation. We have seen this with the Mana'i Mauli Ola beneficiary survey. We have seen it with legislative surveys and calls to action. We have seen it with strategic planning outreach. We often see limited engagement across OHA's social media platforms. As one example, on March 18, 2026, I gave a presentation to OHA's Beneficiary Advocacy and Empowerment Committee regarding the alarming educational outcomes at the 11 public schools serving the Waianae Coast. Rather than simply identifying the problem, I proposed that OHA partner with our Nanakuli Maili Neighborhood Board, our Education Committee, parents, schools, and community organizations to help improve educational outcomes for our keiki. To date, neither the Board of Trustees office nor the interim CEO's administration has reached out to our neighborhood board or our education committee to explore collaboration or community-based initiatives. For me, this illustrates that beneficiary engagement is not only about communicating information, it is also about building relationships and partnering with beneficiaries, like he said, who are already working in their communities. Like he said, if existing communication channels are not consistently reaching and engaging beneficiaries, such as Kawai Ola, I respectfully question whether purchasing a television station would by itself solve that problem. Communication is not simply about owning a large platform. It is about building trust. It is about producing content that beneficiaries find valuable and relevant. And it is about creating meaningful two-way engagement with the lahui. Not simply broadcasting information. Before investing tens of millions of dollars in additional media assets, I believe beneficiaries deserve to see measurable evidence regarding the effectiveness of OHA's current efforts regarding communication. For example, how many beneficiaries regularly engage with OHA's existing communication platforms? How many comes to OHA's board meetings? How many comes to OHA's community meetings? How many trustees comes to community meetings? How many trustees comes to OHA communities meetings? Which outreach methods produce meaningful participation? Why have some beneficiary surveys generated relatively low response rates? What lessons have been learned from Kawai Ola and OHA's online presence? What measurable outcomes demonstrate that purchasing a television station will significantly improve beneficiary engagement? These are stewardship questions. As trustees of a public trust, decisions involving tens of millions of dollars should be supported by clear evidence that existing resources have been fully evaluated and optimized. Sometimes the solution is not purchasing another platform. Sometimes the solution is improving how we communicate through the platforms we already have.
Thank you, Jermaine. Your time is up. Lehua, who is the next testifier?
I didn't go through my 5 minutes. I timed that.
Your time is up.
Okay. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next testifier?
Our next speaker is Claire Apana.
Claire Apana. Welcome, Claire.
You can go ahead and speak, Claire.
Yeah, Claire, can you hear us? Okay, hold on. We can't hear you. Can you turn Claire up, please? Go ahead. Can you speak now? Yes. Okay, we have you. Yeah, we have you now, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I really am quite perplexed by this meeting. I really appreciate Jermaine's testimony and her heartfelt concerns and all of the practical solutions that she has given. I hope you guys are listening. but I'm really not sure you are. And Mr. Hannes, I feel like I've been living the trauma of what you're trying to correct for years. But I'm here today because you can correct this. You can help us today. Just as you appropriate money for other things, you could appropriate money to help us to continue to fight for our iwi kupuna at the Grand Wailea. You could do that because this board's signatures in 1987 is what made it possible to disinter all those iwi. And this, and OHA's reluctance and refusal to question the archaeologist who made your original burial preserve 1/3 the size of what it was originally established by OHA has caused the iwi to be now threatened by a 5-story building right next to it and the borders to be right inside the building. I don't know how to express it any better to you that all I'm asking for is really financial support, because I realize that you will not move to complete your own kuleana of taking care of the iwi kupuna on this property, which OHA signed the MOA to allow all the desecration to go on. You will not step forward, but we will. We'll step forward for you. Please help us. We've been financing this for 7 years, and we don't have money to do this, but we have raised money. We've written grants, and we're just asking you for some help. I don't know how you can help us. Do you know how to help us? I really ask you this question because I don't know what to say to you. I have brought this forward so many times and you say, we're going to help you. And yet we got one letter which didn't get an answer from SHPD and didn't get a follow-up. We got nothing from this organization that's getting 15 million plus $50 million. You could at least help us to do the job. And we're not even asking for a lot of money. You could help us to do this job. Help us continue the legal fight so that we can change the laws and make them better, so that we can protect our iwi kupuna and enforce the laws. Please, I really do not know how you can help. Do you know how you can help? Thank you very much. I really hope that you will answer me, because usually I get a silence when I'm finished.
Thank you, Claire. Anyone else signed up to speak?
No one else.
Just like that, silence.
Okay. What's that? All right, trustees, we're moving on to the last item on our agenda, which is announcements. Do we have any announcements? Trustee Akaka.
Mahalo, just to share on some of the experience and attending the Hawaiʻi on the Hill, as well as the 2026 King Kamehameha and St. Father Damien lay draping in Wakinikona in Washington, D.C. There was great attendance there with both. I want to mahalo all that made those gatherings possible. It was, you'll see on the screen there some of the images that we're sharing of the late presentation to King Kamehameha Ekahi. And also to share that it was the 10th annual Hawaiʻi on the Hill. So it was a convening of legislators of the county, state, and federal delegations. It was also attended by businesses, Native Hawaiians, beneficiaries. There was a lot of productive conversation regarding appropriations, programs that affect our Native Hawaiian people, as well as those conversations when it comes to the cuts, federal cuts happening and affecting businesses in Hawaii, as well as our Native Hawaiian people. So those continued conversations, I'm very much appreciative of that being on the radar and being spoken of. And I also took time at our policy summit and throughout these programs to mahalo our federal delegation, as well as our county and state legislators for their continued advocacy, and our community for their advocacy when it comes to our Crown and government lands, when it comes to removing the word condemnation from the table, and also in advocating to consistently state that our Native Hawaiian people and OHA need to be a part of the conversation, not just spoken about, but be at the table to determine what the future looks like when it comes to Aina Vai and our Native Hawaiian rights. I believe there's more photos as well. Thank you. And so, and also, it was very pleasant to hear in yet another policy summit and throughout the halls of DC of legislators from Republican to Democrat and in between, lovingly speaking of the work of my grandfather in his time in Washington, D.C., and the aloha spirit and how it's so important to continue in the work that we do. You'll see on the screen, that's myself and part of our federal delegation, U.S. Senator Mazie Hirono, as well as a U.S. Representative for Hawaiʻi, Joe Tokuda. And it was my honor to speak alongside them at the lei draping ceremony. And I was very appreciative of the words that they shared in terms of support of our Native Hawaiian people, and that they will continue the good fight when it comes to advocacy on behalf of us. So that was very assuring to hear their determination in that. Also in the next photo, you'll see Hawaiʻi on the Hill, participants there. So those are some of the many participants that you can see from the front to the back of businesses throughout Hawaiʻi, legislators throughout Hawaiʻi, and those that sponsored and held, which was the Chamber of Commerce Hawaiʻi, as well as many sponsors of the program. And then in the next photo, you'll see Saint Father Damien and the leis that were draped upon him, and the honoring of Saint Damien there. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you so much, Trustee Akaka. Great photos, and mahalo for representing the Board of Trustees at the lei draping and also at Hawaii on the Hill, and for your remarks, which I heard were very, very well as well.
Thank you.
Trustees, any announcements? Trustee Huna, Chair Merida? No? Okay. A memo was sent out this morning from the chairs canceling the July 1st and July 15th standing committee meetings, as well as July 2nd and July 16th Board of Trustee meetings. Primarily, this is to allow the administration to close out FY26, which ends at the end of the month, and also gives them about 2 weeks to stand up FY27 and program all the funding that needs to be programmed into the different PIAs and the different program codes. So they requested that time to do that. So not to overburden them with action items and being prepared for board meetings, we're going to give them that time that they need. However, the end of July will feature our Board of Trustee meeting on Molokaʻi, hosted by Trustee Alapa, as well as our normally scheduled standing committee meetings of all 3 committees on July 29th, as well as the board meeting on July 30th, and those would be here on Oahu at Lāma Kukui. Tomorrow is the closing session of the AHA Ōpiʻo 2026, which is at 9 o'clock at the Hawaii State Capitol. On Saturday is the meeting of the Military Leased Lands Permitted Interaction Group Technical Advisory Group here at Lāma Kukui, which is also at 9 o'clock. And then finally, for all of our OHA staff, be on the lookout for an email later today coming from the board suite to submit your nominations for the second quarter 2026 Alakaʻi Award submissions. This would be for the Outstanding Employee and the Outstanding Supervisor for the months of April, May, and June. So we have a few more days before June ends, and we encourage everyone to honor and submit their recommendations for those that demonstrated outstanding performance and outstanding recognition for something that they did in the second quarter, and the Board of Trustees looks forward to those packages when they're submitted by the end of the month. Any other announcements? Okay.
So next meeting would be
Next meeting will be on Molokaʻi on Tuesday, July 28th, and then back here on July 29th. And I want to, on behalf of the board, we want to mahalo all of our OHA staff. I know people are working super hard on AHA Ōpiʻo and bringing that to a close this week. Everyone's working super hard on their purchase requests and closing out FY26, as well as getting everything reconciled. So thank you for your hard work. And there's a lot of work that's being done throughout the Office of Foreign Affairs, and we sincerely appreciate it, as well as our own staff for helping us be prepared for today's board meeting. 27, 28. So the community meeting is on the 27th, and then the board meeting is on the 28th. Yeah. Okay. If hearing no more announcements, the chair asks for a motion to adjourn. Okay. We have that from Chair Merida, and can we roll call on that?
Roll call. That is the only thing action the board can actually take without quorum is to adjourn.
Adjourn. Perfect. All right. Thank you, board counsel. Roll call.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Ahuna. Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. And Chair Kahele.
Aye.
We have 4 yes, we are adjourned.
Mahalo, everyone.